What's going on, you get dunce? Sammy Orchrus Gamer Cobbler? Stoat has come back to life, I see. It's always nice when things work as intended.
Howdy.
Howdy, hey, Cobbler. Ah, gotta love some coffee. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. So, unless someone can convince me that a rigid body character is worth it, I'm just going with CharacterBody. Thought my audio wasn't working, so I turned up stream all the way up. Nearly gave me a heart attack when you started to talk. Ah, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Immediate failure. Immediate failure. Immediate family. Right. Family vacation. Vacation home. Home. Store. Home. Shed. Home. Suite. Stove. Shirt. Home. Step. Stamp. Station. Home state. Jesus Christ. uh It's not state home and homework, is it? State holiday and holiday work? State house and housework, right? Jesus. I blew that at the end. I really blew that at the end. Alright. So there were a ton of issues yesterday with the rigid body movement stuff. And I don't think it's worthwhile doing rigid body movement. Like doing a rigid body for our character. I just don't think it's worth it. All of the benefits we get with the rigid body, I don't see us implementing them. So, um, the benefits would be. Hang on. Let me finish combing. There we go. So the benefits would be things like if the player got hit with something, we'd be able to like just apply an impulse in that direction. Like in the opposite direction they got hit, and it would send them in that direction. That's the main difference. Alternatively, if you have the player pinned to something, yeah, it's physics mostly. Like the physics and stuff is a lot more controlled. If you have the player pinned to something that they're trying to move, then the weight of that thing, if it's too much for the character to be able to move, then the character wouldn't be able to move because the force they have going in any direction is not enough to overcome the weight of the object they're attached to. Um, so yeah, things like that. But with that second one, the easiest thing to do there is we just have a reference to whatever the player's holding or whatever the player's grabbed. And if that thing is like, we just do a calculation that's like, if it's between 10 kilograms and 100 kilograms, anything less than 10 kilograms, the player moves normally. Anything between 10 to 100, we scale that to a value between 0 and 1, multiply their velocity by that. So 10 would be 1, 0 would be 100, or 100 would be 0. And then anything over 100, the player is unable to move because their velocity is just 0. Yeah. And then we could put that on a curve or something. So the heavier it gets, the more drop off there is, sort of thing. That type of stuff's easy. I am happy to redo, like to try and redo all of our rigid body stuff, but in a different way. Because I don't feel like the way we were doing it yesterday is the way that we should be doing it ourselves. So, yeah, I'm more than happy to give it another try. I just don't think it's gonna work. Make that 0.2, make that 0.2. Now, the one issue I did have was with this flaw detection being inside the player was very easily able to like tip over. Or not tip over, like the player was never able to determine if it was on the ground or not. Because this shape cast would never interact with the ground. You know, so unless I turned that off there and put it solely on that, but then the player's never interacting with the floor. And because the player's never interacting with the floor, it kind of causes some weirdness. Whereas I'd kind of prefer that to be there. Hilden, how you doing? There we go. 50k hot sauce. You are late, Hilden. Oh, fuck. I hate when this foil wrapping is like glued in place so much that it just doesn't open and you have to like tear the entire package. What up, Brainoid? How we doing? There we go. Way too much glue. How is the cat replication going today, Brainoid? Alright. Thank you for the 50k hot sauce. Orbital dynamicking. Nice. Time to hydrate. Lovely. Lovely. There. Buddy. Cracker getting stuck in the teeth. I hate it when cracker gets stuck in the teeth. It just feels uncomfortable. I will delve into Zig and Raylib next. We'll see if I survive. Interesting. Any particular reason why Zig, or did you just feel like tinkering with Zig to see what it was like? Um, this new game's going all right. This new game's going all right. I'm currently tinkering. Today is the last day I'm going to try and get rigid body stuff working. If a rigid body character does not work by the end of this stream, then I'm not bothering with it because I don't want to spend like a month just working on a rigid body character. I'm not wasting time. Um, um, I should probably give you another hint for that, shouldn't I? Um, so every game has this. Um, this can be the worst part of a game. This can be the worst part of a game. Most programming outside of Godot has been C, so I thought I'd try something C-like, but more modern. That's fair. That's fair. What up, Knarl? Wait for you to get on, not gonna lie, I had a question. Ask away. Ask away, Knarl. What? Not tomorrow, but the day after, we get a new humble bundle as well. So that'll be fun. Um, good knowledge about phones. I have some knowledge about phones. Um, depending on what it is. It's like Mac. I have some knowledge about Mac, but I'm no Mac expert. Yeah. I have some knowledge about phones, but I'm no phone expert. I want to buy a new one, but I don't know if it's okay, if it's good for the price. It's the Nothing Phone 4A. Ooh, the Nothing Phone. I've wanted a Nothing Phone for a while. This thing. Only 650 AU? Holy shit. 850 AU for 250 for 12 gigs of RAM and 250 gig hard. What? Holy shit. Let's see what the specs are. Where can I get specs? Nothing looks nice, very cyber. I know, right? There we go. Performance is a Snapdragon S7 Gen 4. It's an 8-core CPU. 120 FPS. A 5080 milliamp hour battery, 21 hours of YouTube, 26 hours of Instagram scrolling. That's a pretty good bat. That's pretty good. Okay. Performance seems good. Nothing OS. Life runs easier on nothing. Can I just say I hate phones, hate using them in any capacity whatsoever. Um, it's built on Android 16. Eh, I would say that's the only thing that I'm iffy about. Because I would say things like the Nothing phone, built-in Google Gemini. See, now they've turned me off. Now they've turned me off. What up, Loro? What up, Cool Cat? It has Glyph, by the way. This thing. Chat GPT integration, like stuff like that. No, it's turned me off just with that. If I was able to install Graphene OS onto the Nothing phone, I'd buy it. I would buy it now and install Graphene OS on it. So that's my only issue with it. See, this essential AI tools, nothing has ruined. Nothing. The company that makes the Nothing phone has ruined it with adding AI into their operating system. So, yeah. I would say, let me check out the Fairphone for a second. This one's a bit more expensive. It's also Android 16. That's the problem. Its battery isn't as good as the Nothing phone. It does have expandable storage, which is always good. Um, 256GB internal storage. 2 operating systems. So there's the Fairphone operating system, like Fairphone with EOS. So that's one thing that I do like. So Fairphone, you can actually get the phone with EOS, which is a privacy-focused operating system. Does not include Google apps or services. Yeah, I already prefer this. Unless we can do Nothing Phone Graphene OS. So this was 2023. Serious data discussed like we won't meet the security requirements, just like the first one. Unlocking the bootloader isn't the only requirement. Okay, yeah. So what are the devices that are supported for Graphene OS? Yeah, officially supported operating systems for the install, so that's fine. So I think Graphene OS is more focused on... It's more focused on the Google Pixel phones. Yeah. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Maybe the Nothing Phone 3 is some for you. No, I wouldn't even touch the Nothing Phone at this point. Is Motorola still planning for Graphene OS phone? Possibly. Let's find out. How do you spell Motorola mobile with Graphene OS port? What's the problem with Android 16? It's Google owned, and Google is locking down Android. Like, Google has started locking down Android to like make it more annoying, basically. Give you less freedom of what you can do. So anything that's just Android 16, I don't like. I was looking at the Librem 5 and Purism a while back, like the physical kill switch on the side. That is one of the things I like about the Librem phones. Graphene OS reveals what's finally making Motorola support possible. Graphene is yesterday whether the partnership will produce dedicated Motorola phone or simply extend support to existing or upcoming models. It's now highlighted security advances, including Qualcomm's contributions that are paving the way for expansion. Only supports Pixel devices because they're the only Android phones that meet hardware security requirements. However, it added that it is expected to change in 2027. So yeah, very possibly you could have Motorola phones that support Graphene OS. That's very true. Is it Librem? Yeah, these things. So these phones here are a very security focused phone. They don't have a lot. But they are more security focused than anything else. And they have these switches here. And these switches physically disconnect the microphone, the camera, that type of stuff. So even if someone hacks your phone, they can't bypass the software restrictions that have turned off the camera because it's physically disconnected. There's a phone company, this whole company. Exactly, Niall, exactly. What about Trump T1 phone? The Trump T1 phone, isn't that... I'm pretty sure that's just a... Isn't that just a Motorola phone reskinned? I feel like that's what they did. Based on the reviews and the teardowns I've seen of it, it's just like, yeah, this is just this other phone. You've just made it gold, and that's it. That was just a scam. What? Trump selling something that's just a scam? You're telling me that the Trump Bible and that Trump's crypto coin were not scams? Oh, I'm shocked. Like, seriously. Everything he puts out is just a money grab, I think. Like, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's so good. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's objectively shit. uh, but yeah, like, if you're fine with the Android lockdown stuff, so like there's like all this stuff here that's coming out. Um Starting in September this year, with millions of certified Android devices in select regions, Google is rolling out a policy that will unilaterally block applications if the corresponding developer hasn't signed up directly with the search giant. So basically, if you make an application and you go to put it out on Android, you can't do that unless it is signed up, unless you, as the developer, have signed up with Google directly. Basically, they are making it just as annoying to release an app on Google, on Android, as it is on Apple. Because this, you got to do the same thing with Apple. Like, if you want to put something onto the iOS App Store, you have to be a you have to have a registered developer thing with Apple. And you have to go through code signing and stuff like that with Apple. And then you can put it up. Another closed environment? Exactly. You don't worry about that. You don't worry about it for now. But in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, when you can't even get an application that hasn't been developed by Google, then you're going to have problems. At that point, and like in the future, when you're unable to do the things and use the things that you want to use your phone for, then you'll have a problem with it. But by then, it's going to be too late. I don't need or want to release an app, not going to lie. It's not about you wanting or needing to release an app. It's about the fact that they lock them down more and more and more until you can't get anything on your phone or use your phone for anything other than what Google says you're allowed to. And at that point in time, it's like, well, I don't want this. Like, well, you could have stopped it like 20 years ago when they started rolling this stuff out, but you were fine with it. Isn't that the worst case scenario for both? I mean, that's the direction that every company's heading. Like, for Google and the customer. No, it's not the worst case for Google. Because you've got to remember, like, these companies are slowly rolling this type of stuff out. They're slowly rolling out these type of restrictions and requirements and stuff that gradually, like, that they do it gradually over time so that people don't realize. If they did that right now, everyone would be like, no, we're not using Google stuff anymore because there's other options out there. But when they do it over a long enough time frame, people don't notice and people just get used to it. And when they get used to that little bit that they've added on, then they add a little bit more on. And then when people get used to that, they add a little bit more on. And then when people get used to that, they add a little bit more on. Until you don't even realize that it's happened. Why does no one make something like Android but different? The amount of time and effort it would take versus the financial requirement. Like, there are operating systems out there for mobile phones. Like, there's EOS, there's Graphene OS. So, Graphene OS, for example, that's a secure mobile OS. It is Android based, but what they've done is they've taken Android, they've taken all of the Google out of it, and they've given you an operating system that's not tracked by Google and not locked down by Google and stuff like that. The only problem is that stuff like this doesn't work on every phone. Like, phones need to have certain requirements for this kind of thing to work. So if that's why I was annoyed with Nothing Phone. If Nothing Phone teamed up with Graphene OS and had Graphene as their official operating system for the Nothing Phone, I'm sure that they would be a lot more popular. They get harder to maintain with the changes. AOSP by Google, yeah. You can install Ubuntu on the Fairphone 4 and 5. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's the Ubuntu mobile operating system. There's EOS as well. But because all of these things are just like small projects, whereas Android is run by Google, which can just throw a shit ton of resources at it, that's like, Android's the more stable and better one because it has more resources behind it. Do we have a Linux-based phone? Technically, Android is Linux-based, but it's locked down. And there's the Fairphone. So the Fairphone, you can get EOS, and EOS is Linux as well, in the same way Android is Linux, but it's more security focused. Jolla has already shipped their latest phone. What's Jolla? I've never heard of Jolla. Okay. It uses the Sailfish OS. Okay. Let's see how much it is and what you get with it. 650 euro. 8 RAM, 8 gig of RAM, 128 gig storage, 12 gig of RAM, 256 storage. That's pricey. It's basically the same as other. Nice. Ow. Hiccup. Get an extra back cover. Ooh. No. Ships to EU, UK, Norway, and Switzerland. So if something like Jolla, if Jolla can get off the ground, then that'd be sweet. Um, Pricey but good ward. Is the OS pretty? Yeah. It's like we do need more companies like that. The problem is that people don't switch over to those phones because they want to stay with an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy. It's like the people that stick with like that's like 95% of the market is iPhone and like Samsung Android based stuff. Well, not 95% of the market, but you get what I mean. Since they assemble in Finland, they got too low production volume still since they assemble in Finland. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's gonna be how it is for the foreseeable future. Um, Now that should default to true. If not is on ground, is on ground will be. Let me. Be an not an area, a shape cast. Is it that? Yes, it is. Use phone just for YouTube. I don't know, weather and message. Price what matters most, and camera for some reason. Also, I meant to ask, since it's been a while, how you like your slime. This is my slime trackers. My slime trackers are good. My slime trackers are good. The only problem is my wake up time. I I need to start getting up a little bit earlier so that I can actually put all the trackers on. That's what I need to start doing. Could just sell the RAM for 2 times the cost of the phone. How you doing, Professor? How you doing? This will be do that. Event is action. The amount of spying phones are doing, they should be free. Yeah, you're basically just paying for companies to spy on you. Um, is on ground and jump, and event is released. player is on ground. That's what we need to do. By impulse, should be vector 3 up. We'll do that by 6. So this here we need to change. This here can do. That's what I need. That's what I need. Input direction. Input vec is a vector 2. It's going to be our input get vector. Actually, get rid of that. We're gonna take that, pop it here. The vector 3 is going to be input vec x and input vec y. That's going to be normalized. Actually, I don't need to normalize that because the input's already going to be 0 to 1, right? Maybe it isn't normalized. I don't know. Movement direction. So from this, we can do movement direction is the global basis multiplied by input direction, and we need to normalize that. Under idle, we can go if the player's input direction is 0 procs, we return. And then player crouch, player run. I'm gonna set up some constants. The crouch. Do that. I can underscore this so it's not needed. So that's going to change those. We're going to get rid of those because we don't need those anymore. I can also get rid of this stuff. We don't need to worry about any of that at the moment. This is the thing that gives us problems, actually. Actually, that's the thing. Does anyone know how Cavino was getting rotation implemented for his game? Because Cavino was able to have his character rotate, but every time I try to implement that with mine, with my rigid body, it prevents the character from moving. Cavino, if you're lurking, tell me. Let's be. He ran off for food. Lies. How dare he? That's rude. It's gonna be speed. Because that was the reason why I stopped using CharacterBody3Ds yesterday. But because Cavino's using 4.7, right? He's upgraded to 4.7. If he's still using 4.6, then that's going to be a problem because if I just do player linear velocity, that's not going to be right. Because there also needs an acceleration. So if we do that, so this needs, what was it? I think we needed a dot, didn't we? I'm going to set this as a void for now so it doesn't error and cause issues with the LSP. Be 1.0 if linear velocity is 0 procs. otherwise, it's going to be what we have it as was normalized linear velocity. It was a movement direction, which has been normalized already. Dot linear velocity normalized. And if dot is less than 0.2, linear velocity is multiplied by half. And acceleration is, what was it? It was a movement. It was movement direction multiplied by, I don't think it was multiplied by speed yet, was it? Damn, what was it? Because I do need a base acceleration. The linear velocity divided by movement speed. And then we can return acceleration, which is our base acceleration. We need the acceleration curve. I'll put this up here. Base acceleration of a float. Actually, no, I won't do that there. Go acceleration curve as a curve. This will be acceleration. Under here, we have speed and base acceleration. We can go ready. Move, no, not ready, init. Init state will be player move speed is speed, and player acceleration is base acceleration. And then down here, we can return, what was it, acceleration divided by, or multiplied by the curve. The acceleration curve, where we sample linear velocity normalized, right? Oh, the acceleration modifier. Of course, we've got the acceleration modifier there. This would be a vector 3. Oh, no, it's going to be a float, because that's our acceleration. Yep. And U2 would be a float. That's normalized linear velocity. It's the length. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes all the sense. Curve. It's needs 2 points. Where you start at 1 and you go down to 0. And we can do that. And then we need to use that up in our movement. Which is this, which is our input direction. No, our movement multiplied by mass multiplied by acceleration. Yeah. What up, Mungalo? Hey, Mungalo, what version of Godot is Cavino using? Is Cavino using 4.7? Because if he is, I want to know how he got it working with rotating the character and the camera while moving. So because yeah, that's what, like, that's my main blocker at the moment. Like, that's why I'm not that's why I don't want to use rigid body. But if we can figure it out today, then I'll be able to keep using a rigid body. But if I can't figure it out today, then I don't want to spend a ton of time. I don't want to spend a ton of time trying to figure it out if it's just going to be a bug in Godot. You know? Let's see. So we do that. Up here. Inside here, we can go acceleration. It's going to be player calculate acceleration. We're going to go player linear velocity is the acceleration.
What do you call a cow that can't give milk? An utter disappointment.
That's true. It is not a disappointment. It is. Fuck, what was it? I know there was mass in there. I don't think it was acceleration multiplied by mass. Fuck, what was it? It's the input direction. Jesus. Which is going to be, for me, it's the movement direction. Multiplied by acceleration. That's going to be player mass. Oops. There's something that I'm missing with that still. There's something I'm still missing with that. That's what it is. and get rid of all that. This stuff here I can also do as player crouch, player run. This would be all right. Let's see if that works. Oh shit, we got ads in progress. Whoops. Why did that not load? Ugh. What was that? Held and held pin. Oh, that's fine. Vector 3 cannot be normalized. Elements must be finite. 64 and 75. Okay. Oh, it's global position. Fuck, Jesus Christ, that should be global basis. Jesus Christ. What up, Flarby? Well, that just launched me still. Get rid of those. Ah, yeah. Calculate movement. Direction. And then in here, we go if player's input direction is 0 procs, we can do linear velocity multiply equal 0.85 and return out. Otherwise, go calculate movement direction. Get rid of this because we don't need that. In here, I can turn that And we can get rid of you. $74. Maybe I will keep that there. Let's see. No continue for you. It was very weird that it didn't light up continue. Now, why am I... Ah, yes. Because I forgot to do what I forgot to do yesterday. This here should be 6 and 14. You can be 11 and 18. You can be 4 and 12. There we go. What up, Ray? What up, Smack? How you doing? I made a virus with Python called Chicken Melt, and it applies a melting effect onto your screen and overloads your CPU to trigger the blue screen of death. Sounds like it only works on Windows machines. Am I doing it as an impulse again? It's because I'm setting linear velocity instead of doing apply central force. It's not even apply central force. Just apply force. There we are. I'm doing well, thanks, Ray. Doing well. We're going to see if we can figure out what the issue is with when you turn the camera, it just stops you moving. Oh, hang on. $20. By force default's doing it central. I can't say why there are two different functions in GDScript for it. So if you have a look, so apply force, the position defaults to this. So, like, it's the same. Where are we? Yeah, so it applies a central force without rotation. But it's on the body's center of mass. It's on the body's center of mass. So if you have a rigid body that's a capsule that's 2 meters tall, the position that it applies the force to will be 001 of that. So because I have my capsule, above 0, the center of force is right there. So center of force will be from there. Whereas if I use apply force defaulting to position 0, 0, 0, it applies it from here. Yeah. So that's all it is. I don't think it matters at this point. I think that's more for if you have like thrusters or something and you need to apply the thrust from like a specific spot. Yeah. General trivia because I'm bored. What data type does RMDIR const car pointer path return? So you're telling it what path to remove, what directory to remove. I'm assuming if it was to return anything, it would probably return some sort of error value, which would probably be in a num or a bit like an int value to say what error occurred, and then or it'd be like an error data type so that the system can display an error message. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. It returns an int. Yeah, I thought so. Makes a file and it keeps growing and growing and growing. And in 5 seconds of running, it took up 36 gigabytes of storage. That's not much. That's tiny. Also, this is a Windows virus because it's my second virus, and I'm sure you're going to try and find anything you can that's wrong with it. I don't know. I mean, if it's for Windows, I don't need to worry about it. So, um, something seems off about this one. Oh, what seems off about this one, Smack, is this game is not built yet. This isn't even a game yet. This is. Yeah, it's not a game. Why? So why is it not? So unless I have to bump this up. So why does any rotation on things that are or like are the rigid body or a child of the rigid body cause the issue? That's what we need to figure out. That is our goal for today. I actually had a look at Godot's GitHub issues yesterday to see if I could find someone reporting the same issue. No. Couldn't find it at all. It's driven me insane. I have been driven insane. Try running physics on the same thread. Maybe. Honestly, if that's it, if that fixes it, I'm going to be very upset. Nah, didn't fix it. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if default. Maybe actually is default just jolt. Okay. I'm gonna see if the default physics do it. It happens for the default physics as well, so it's not an issue with Jolt or Godot physics. Try the physics priority so rotation is after movement. Where do we have that? So similar to process priority, but physics process. So like drop. So we do that sort of thing. Nah, that doesn't do it. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something. Okay. I was wondering if if it was like pulling it into the ground and stuff. Um let's disable actually. Let's see. If you want to get real mad, try starting project up in 4.6. Insane. Nah. Alright, so it has nothing to do with the player colliding with the ground. See what happens with that. No. It's got nothing to do with that either. Um, um, consuming mouse input so transform isn't touched. When it happens, consuming physics process, I mean. Not at the moment. Because remember what happened when we started consuming it in physics process? It became a stutter. Um, so what we can do Um, that's what the interpolation is for. Yeah, I'd have to. The thing is, I don't understand why camera rotation impacts the rigid body's movement and rotation. Like, it has nothing to do with the rigid body's physics at all. That's what I don't get. Apply rotation. Go. Mouse rotation will be vector 3, 0. We go. Rotate from toward 2 by the delta amount. Um, why does that only take a from and to float though? Interpolates correctly with the angles wrap around. So we can go like global rotation y and global rotation y plus mouse rotation y. I want to see if that. Oh, actually, I need to probably call that at some point. I just want to see if that does anything. Camera transforms child even when that is the thing you rotate with mouse that blocks rigid body. Yes. So like if I go in here, if I comment that out, so the only thing we have is pop that there, get rid of that. I also need this to be unhanded input state. So the only thing we have is the camera being rotated. I have this commented out, so we're never applying rotation horizontally. Oh snap, that's not. Okay, sweet, so that doesn't. Alright, sweet. I'm cool with that. So the camera rotation is not blocking. Let's see what happens here. Why is that not? Oh, of course. That's why. Wow, I don't even have movement anymore. I know why. I think. Maybe. No. Okay, well, that's not going to work. So we'll get rid of that. So if we do... Obviously, this doesn't do what we want it to do. Why is movement now stopped? What? Why is that not moving anymore? Which one of these is not correct? Which one of these is 0? None of them are 0. So why am I not moving? What? Okay. If I apply the rotation before movement, nothing. That's because of how we're applying it here. Need to go global rotation Y. Global rotation Y plus that. We'll need to. Is it slurp for lerp angle? Similar to lerp, but interpolates correctly when angles wrap around. All right. So any rotation that we do, anything changing the rotation is not. I want to throw an error if given a vec3 0. It will instead fall back to lerp. Weird. Like, I can't move at all. I can't move at all when we do anything with rotation. Anything with rotation prevents the character, like, prevents the rigid body from moving. So the only thing I can think of, is that we do have it, so that we do it as this. And we go on ready. Um, mesh rotate Y. And then get rid of that. And this will be mesh global basis. Let's see. Hopefully, because I need the camera and such to now be under that. Yep. All right. Let's hope. So we can do that. Jesus Christ. So we can do that. Um, yeah. So if we do that, have mesh as what gets rotated, so we don't rotate the rigid body. Just change rotation so it happens in physics process. I did try that, but it still didn't work. If I alter the rigid body's rotation in any way, like if I go like global rotation Y as global rotation Y, this probably won't do anything if I'm just setting it to the same value. But if I do that every physics frame, not moving the mouse at all, just pressing WASD, I cannot move at all. And I'm just setting the Y rotation to the exact same thing. Now, if I stop, I get rid of that, I do the same thing, not touching the mouse, not doing any rotation at all. Now I can move. So yeah. For me, that has to be figured out. Yeah. So now what I need to do is that slide. See how it's like moving around a circle? So how do we handle that, Mungalo? How do we handle that skating effect? Slurp the linear velocity a bit each tick. So that would be after calculation, right? It would be. I don't think there is a slurp. GD script doesn't have a slurp. It has a lerp F, a lerp angle, and an inverse lerp. Should be under vector 3. Ah, okay. So I want to slurp it towards the move vector, which is the movement direction. Now, when you say the move vector, is that the movement direction multiplied by speed? Or is it just the movement direction? Okay, cool. So it is just this. All right. And then we put delta in there. Cool. Still has a bit of a skate. The more it differs, the shorter a resulting vector will be, being more break and move of a velocity change. Do you still do the dot break? For the turning, yes. Like, so for the acceleration, we do have that. Mm-hmm. You add a line under that dot. It says if it's less than that. So something like that. So the issue I have is with the gradual turn. So when I go from pressing W to pressing WD, and then I let go of W, it doesn't go like that. It goes like that. So it creates a like basically instead of going up then that way and that way, it instead just goes wee. Yeah. So I did increase the slurp. It's increasing it by 3, so... Hmm. That's the thing, if I keep increasing the slurp... It's gonna get to a point where it's just... Don't delta it, just use a value of 0, 0, 1. How strict you want the velocity to follow the input direction. I have just noticed something. I need to move these down into here. That might actually be better. I think I would rather... I think I would rather... just have the movement instead of, like, it's doing that curve. What up, Vongo? How you doing? What up, Limas? How you doing? It is a new project, Limas. Thanks, Vongo. I'm currently rebuilding some of the employee logic. I'm hoping to have that done over the next couple days, but yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do, Munglo. Because I don't want the player to slide any distance. Because to me, that's like, I've never seen anyone walk around like that. You know? I've never seen anyone walking around and then when they turn, they like go in an arc. um, your mustache has gotten very long since I was last here. I know. What have you been up to, Vongo? Does it ever get annoying in your face? It's always in my face. But it's never annoying. It's never annoying though. It's a puzzle game, Limas. It'd be a puzzle game. Recalculate linear velocity towards the move vector direction. Yeah. I basically, down here, before we apply the force, I want to go... Actually, calculate the velocity there. We go player linear velocity equals because I would have to get the length and multiply it by use Godot, right? What language do you use? It's C#. I'm using GD script and C++. Yeah. It is in fact hypnotic because it's gotten smaller. Exactly. My mustache hasn't gotten bigger, I've just gotten smaller. I was in a different state since Feb and just busy with life. Fair enough. Got a PC and a dirt bike for my essay for my job. Nice, nice. Right now I'm dog sitting for a week. Jesus. Busy, busy, busy. Many, but the most editor integrated one is GD script. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, Munglo. Whenever someone asks me what languages Godot uses, I only tell them about the ones that Godot officially supports. And then after that, I'll tell them that there's third-party bindings for many other languages that they can get. But, yeah. Is your camera shaking? If I shake my table, then yes, my camera shakes. If I bump my table, then yes, my camera shakes. I need to move it off. Like, I need to set up something so it's like not on the table. Yeah, I need to get a bigger stand for it so I can like have it go down the back onto the ground. You have to pay to guess the word now. Correct. Correct. G'day. G'day, Cam. How you doing? The secret word hint. What was it? This can be the worst part of a game. So the two hints. Every game has this, and it can be the worst part of a game. You've been lurking. Good to hear. Desist. G'day to you. You both guessed wrong. Nah, we're doing rigid body movement stuff. Lives. Lag. Did we get a length the secret word? You haven't, because if I tell you how many letters there are, you'll probably get it right away. Yeah, the player move direction multiplied by length. Yeah. Because we do it here. The reason I do it here is because we then use linear velocity down here. And then I also use the linear velocity down here, except the movement direction and the linear velocity are now going to be the same. So what I'm going to want to do is actually move this above that. Move that above that, so that way the movement direction... we do that. So this way, the movement direction's calculated. We then calculate acceleration. So if it changes, the acceleration is impacted. But the direction keeps going the same way. Like, keeps going the correct direction. So it should be good. Graphics, nah. Yeah. So it doesn't have the drift anymore. What up, Cavino? How you doing? Soliloquy. Oof, not quiet. What's this game about? It's going to be a puzzle narrative game. Currently, we've only been working on it for like a month. Just kind of like getting some basic stuff set up, figuring out what we want to actually do and stuff like that. So it's still very much in the planning stages. So all you need to know is there's going to be a puzzle narrative with multiple endings and multiple secrets and collectibles and stuff like that. Multiple narratives that you can go down so you can replay it over and over. Yeah. Woohoo. Currently working on a short horror game. We'll show it to you when it's ready. Nice. Nice. A short horror game? No, I'm not saying that. Never mind. Secret word is a single word, right? Yes. Yes. Secret word is indeed a secret word. Yeah. It's not secret words. Okay. It's secret word. um I think what I want to do with that now... that will have to go under camera because the rate that doesn't rotate. Yep. I'm going to get another coffee. I'm going to get another coffee. So I'm going to give you his words, all right? Give you his words. Cha. All right. I'll be back once I have a coffee, all right? Burbs. I'm just now realizing the be right back is cut off. Whoops. I'm back. Oh, Yana! Just as I get back! Perfect time. Perfect timing. Got myself my second coffee. Oh, let's pause those. How was your stream? How'd your pixeling go today? We are dealing with some rigid body movement. Unfortunately, not the fun kind of rigid body. That was a terrible joke. That was a horrible joke. They're not all going to be perfect comedy. Petrified people. Sure. Lewd game maker, petrified people. Very good. Gotta go feed the cats. Take care of those cats. Doodles, Yana. Enjoy. Stares. How dare you, Mongolo? How dare you stare at me? Yeah, we're just figuring out our rigid body movement stuff. It reminded me of the best one I ever put in a game. Was it? I don't know. Everything I thought of, I was like, yeah, I shouldn't say that on stream. Stares at the statue. Finally, a man that's hard 24/7. Sounds to me like that statue needs to seek medical attention. Popped one too many pills. Anyway, this is what we're tinkering with at the moment. If I can get things set up properly. So we don't have a character body, we have a rigid body. That does feel very static with its movement. So I think what I might do... might put it back to what it was. That input direction is going to change. Oh, actually, no. You do need to happen after that. Burnout stole my ability to write funny. What? How did a racing game steal your ability to write funny? Did you realize from playing that game that life isn't a joke? Fun fact, being hard for more than 4 hours can cause unhardness syndrome. It just needs, like, all you need is time to recover. You know? Like, have you ever held a weight? Have you ever held a weight in one position for an extended period of time? It's the same thing. Add some light inertia to it just a bit. I think what I might do instead is this here. It's going to do like that. It's going to do that. Ever worry Blank has performance issues after being freed from petrification? What? Why is that? Still has that drift to it. So I probably need that to be like 5. FF9. It's like, honestly, I don't really remember anything from FF9. If I was to play FF9 now, it would be like I never played it. Okay. Do that. Usually use a little inertia, deceleration, and curve visualization. Always feels pretty good. I don't want it to drift. Because it does feel like it's skating. Feels like it's skating. Hydrate. I can do that. Actually, Cavino. Cavino, pipe up. Make noise. Cavino! Someone grab Cavino, throw him into a chair. Alright? Strap him down until he answers my questions. What? Okay, so, Cavino. What version of Godot are you using for your game? 4.7. Okay. How are you handling the rotation of your rigid body character? You're still on 4.4, Vongo? Jeez, Vongo, you're living in the past. Way in the past. Get out of your box. 4.6. Sammy. Oh, sorry. Fanny. That is so old. That is so old, Sammy. Fanny. Why do I keep calling why do I keep mixing up people's names? You're so old? Ha. Prove it. Prove it. Sammy Slam and Fannykins. I approve of this message. Sammy is 4.5 plus 0.1 in age. What? It needs a lifetime to grow a beard like that. Rotation is handled through rotation Y, look input dot X. And are you doing that in physics process or inside the unhandled input? Physics process and the actual physics movement in integrated forces. Okay, so you're using integrated forces for the physics movement. Okay. Okay. Because in 4.7, I'm not using integrated forces. But if I try to rotate the rigid body, in physics process in 4.7, the rigid body does not move. I started working 3D in Godot. I only done 2D up until now. I was so excited to get movement and camera working. So for most games, Desist, you can just use a CharacterBody3D. A CharacterBody3D will do you fine for most games. But because my game's going to be like physics interaction based, a rigid body makes more sense. So it becomes a bit more complicated. So yeah, must be something else going on. My rotate is just using rotate Y. Yes, but you also have your movement done in integrate forces. So that I don't have that. So if I try to do, yeah, I axis lock my angulars. I've done that as well, Cavino. I've done that as well. The difference is you use integrate forces to do your movement. Specifically, you do movement on the state, right? Yeah. Um, so I can do integrate forces. Is that it? Direct body state 3D, yeah. So if we do that, we do like state linear velocity. So if we do this, because then I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this and I can just have the rotation accumulate and apply it in physics, or maybe even just apply it in here directly. Um, but yeah. But if we do that, inside here, I wouldn't need to calculate movement, but in here, pass the physics state into here. So we do this. And then get rid of that too. Get rid of that. I'll keep that. So I'm going to see if that actually does what we want now. Okay. So using integrate forces to apply the physics and stuff, to apply the movement, does not actually change. If I take... I'm actually going to take that, move down here, take that, pop it here. Instant set transform, integrate forces. The axis vector 3000 must be normalized. Oh, what 72? That is normalized. Oh, that's why. That's what needs to be done there. Well, apparently not. Still 72, must be normalized. Let's go and get rid of that for now. Instant set transform on what? Okay. What is happening with that? Custom integrated property allows you to disable standard force integration and do fully custom force integration. Called during the physics processing, allowing you to read and safely modify the simulation state for the object. By default, it's called before standard force integration. Custom integrator property allows you to disable the standard force integration. Right. So, does this also have a mass? It doesn't. So I can leave that as just player mass. Why? That's now back to saying that's a nan. So something's happening. With this. Physics state when you velocity. Play state. By force. So I can't just do player apply force here. It would have to be the physics state, right? I've got to use the physics state to apply stuff in here. But it keeps complaining. But it keeps throwing an error saying instant set transform condition V is infinite is true. And it even complains, like, it even complains about this. And if I get rid of that, it still has an issue being like, oh, it's in. So I wonder if this. I wonder if it's that. It's because I had input direction inside integrate forces. And it wasn't able to get input by the looks of it. But that still doesn't fix the rotation of stuff. So you still can't rotate things. You still can't rotate things inside here. So you would still need to apply Like, you would still need to accumulate the rotation. And do, like, mouse rotation Y plus equal. State rotate Y, rotate the simulated body. Yeah, but I'd have to accrue that. Um, there is no rotation. There is no rotate. It'd have to be like transform rotate or something. Yeah. It says rotated.
You need to rotate the Pabi Doobie in the Scooby translation.
No. No, it's not rotating the Pooby Dooby. It's rotating the Shimmerwham. That's the only true way to rotate when a Scooby is involved. Okay. Um, the only thing I can think of is I have to actually rotate the vector. But there is no I'm gonna have a look. Let's click on that. Give me this. So if I do that returns transform 3D. So if I have it go state transform, we state transform looking at, and then I would have to take the target, which would be where movement direction. Let's have global. Rotated, scaled, translated. I would try that. No, but then that doesn't work with the rotation. Like, doesn't work with the mouse rotation. That's not going to work at all. Rotating the state. States only has the transform. That's just got a vector 3, which is the origin. This can be seen as the position. Okay. But that's not... Together, these represent the transform's rotation, scale, and shear. It'd have to be something to do with basis. They have to do like basis y. Now I'd have to multiply that. You can construct a new basis. Yeah, I know. I was wondering if it's worth doing it this way, or if I just have it. If I just have it the way I did with the mesh being rotated and the rigid body never rotates. So I rotate the mesh inside the rigid body, and then I just do movement, velocity, and stuff based on the mesh's rotation. Because that way I can just do the rotation of the mesh inside unhandled input. And I don't have to worry about accumulating it and applying it in the physics process and calculating a new basis and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Because then the camera also needs to go under mesh. The raycast also needs to be under camera still. My stuff I need to be completely consistent, regardless of rotation and gravity, and so on. So I'm really looking forward to that 4.7 upgrade. More, I'm barely touching it. Yeah. Because, like, with the gravity stuff, like, I don't need to. If I implement gravity puzzles, I don't need to have the player, like, actually walk up to a wall and have them go up the wall. I can just have it as something like in Manifold Garden, where in Manifold Garden you do something and that reverses the gravity, and then I can just like take control of the character and like rotate them as they move towards the roof or something. And then when the rigid body gets there, just be like, cool. Now you're here. I project, break apart, reconstruct, and so on. I feel like that would be like constantly doing that. I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if it's worth doing all that. Let me see. Yeah, we'll get something here. Let's see. Do whatever I want while fully simulated. Let's just stop updating the damn engine. See, that's the problem though, Mungalo. Like, do I want to go down the route of spending weeks and possibly months building out and reconstructing a transform and a basis and all this kind of stuff, and then dealing with the bugs and stuff that come up as a result of that, and potentially make my game take like 5 years because I have to keep tweaking things and stuff? Or do I just want to go, no, I'm just going to do shortcuts to simulate, like to fake certain things, you know? Because there is rotated, which returns a copy of the basis, rotate around the given axis by the given angle in radians. Must be a normalized vector. What if it's already rotated 30 degrees, then you want to rotate it another 3 degrees? Does it rotate it back to 3 degrees, or does it rotate it to 33 degrees? I think it would set it back to 3 degrees. Right? If the angle is positive, the basis is rotated counterclockwise around the axis. So that tells me that it would add, like it would rotate it the extra 3 degrees. Right? Vector 3 up. Now, this is in radians? Yeah, cool. So I can do like mouse rotation Y. As long as we want rotation applied first before we apply the direction we're moving. And then yeah, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm moving forward and backwards. Like S is backwards, W is forwards. So I think it needs to be pi plus. Need to rotate it 180, I think. No, that's not going to work. What up, McCory? How you doing? Oh, Jesus. That is not what you want. As we all know, you use Arch, so I thought you might be interested. Arch Linux has now disabled all pushes to the Arch user repository as it fights malware. No OR package can be updated while the team hunts malicious commits. Nice. This is package adoptions and follow-up commits made via the OR. Package adoption is currently disabled. Fair enough. I wonder what the latest malicious stuff is. OR's community-driven repository. Users can upload new packages, blah, blah, blah. Soft type threat actors. When a package maintainer becomes inactive, others can adopt the orphaned package to continue its upkeep. The same feature has now become primary attack vector. Security researchers are scrambling to contain. Yeah. Download histories. These updates can slip past casual scrutiny, potentially leading to remote code execution, credential theft, backdoor installation on systems that pull compromised builds. Response, team, adaption, investigate scope compromise. Avoid installing or updating OR packages that show sudden ownership changes, unusual commit patterns, newly added maintainers without a clear community track record. Reviewing package build files, poor installation, especially for recently adopted or frequently audited packages. Da, da, da. Yeah, fair enough. That's fair. 180 between each frame, so aware of your surroundings. Tunes in, the beard is falling out. from the combing and dysentery. Just also hear about Twitch using streams to train AI. If currently it's just rumors, if it's true and they're going to use streams to train generative AI, then I'll still do game dev on stream, but I just won't show my game dev. I'll just do like just chatting and stuff like that while I make the game. So so if it happens, that's what it'll be. But I don't know if it's actually going to happen. Because it is just rumors. So I don't think they'd be training off your code. More likely it's training on you, your likeness. So they'd be training generative AI to do like video generation, stuff like that. But with that, it's not the code that is a concern. It's the artwork and stuff like that. Like if they're training generative AI based on the videos, they'll be able to have art generated in the art style of streamers. And you can't be like, oh yeah, they're going to train this generative AI just on how people stream. It's only going to be on their likeness. Because we all know that's bullshit. We all know they're going to use it to train AI to create images and stuff based like in the art style that people use and things like that. Because if Twitch and Amazon can have completely AI generated streams that are just creating content with no artist, like no creator behind it that they have to pay out to, they can just keep the bits and subs and ad revenue for themselves. So, yeah, streaming may very well be becoming a dead a dead job path in the next 5 to 10 years if they do that. Admit it, you're an AI and you're threatened that they're going to replace you. They're already trying to read your Gmail and train AI. I mean, that's a completely different company. That's Google. See, like that's that arch issue there. That arch issue is specifically why I don't really install things from the AUR. Like, unless it's from the core repo, which is generally maintained by the core, like the Arch Linux team. But things from like the extra, where random people upload their stuff to, that I generally avoid. So. So this is rotating using quaternions. So what I would have to do... I'd have to invert my inputs. So I'd have to flip forward and backwards. Hang on, now it's doing that. Hang on. Now I put it back to what it was. That's very choppy. So I think what I'd need to do is go slurp towards basis. I'd want it to be based on delta too, though. How can I get the frame time? Or the physics time? State step. Okay, cool. But that's going to be state basis. Now, it's not going to rotate much. Yeah, it doesn't really rotate much. So that doesn't do anything either. That. Hot sauce? No, Bok. Jesus Christ. 50k hot sauce, alright. It's cracked. There we go. Low roll on purpose? Sure. Sure it was.
Ads, addy, ads.
That's correct. It is ads. Let me get this hot sauce done. Then we'll do words. All right. Thank you, Bok. Ooh. All right. Let's do this. The new game, Bok, is a puzzle game. Um. Beal. I'll take that one. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. C is fake. Correct. Sorry. Correct. um. Uh. Seep. Eyes. So the last three words start with an E. The last two words start with an E. Um. Oh, we almost got it. Almost got perfect. We can brute force this. No, we can't. No, we can't. Um. Bam. Okay, M is fake. M is fake. Alice. Um. Because M is fake. Hmm. Capable. Of course. Hmm. Oh, nothing. I spent too much time trying to figure out the big word. Level 10 on the next ads. Why does that? Let's see what that does. It's going to rotate it way too much. Still upset. Still upset it didn't take placebo. Well, since there was no O, that kind of makes sense. There should be. If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Did you also get hit with slow animations from the last Hyperland update? You're talking about this stuff? Because yes. And I want it gone. Spring animation were calculated and skipped frames. Yeah. So they were a lot faster than they should be. Oh, no, I don't have that. I have like this. Like where like it's slower than I want it to be. I hate it. Skip frames before, now it doesn't. Oh, right. They fixed it. They need that to be a setting that we can specify so that we can have it as fast as we want it to be. That's what needs to happen. Fixed it but broke it. Yeah. Yeah, when the fix is not actually a good thing. That's basically what this is. So yeah, if I do this so that we're rotating the basis, it feels it feels choppy. When the fix is the bug, yeah. Definition of a bug being a feature, yep. Like this here, I guess it feels smooth enough. All right, so if we do that, also slurping movement direction, but that's not really doing what we want. Yeah. Let's see. Recommend disconnecting camera from the player. We have a Node 3D as view pivot. Why? What's the benefit of that? Because this slurp doesn't really fix the issue. Moved in a new flat today. Nice, Hal. Are you liking it? The camera will just always track to the same transform as the view pivots. Smooth movement, even if you pull down physics tick rate to 20. What do you mean? So I'd create a node 3D as a view pivot. You see, my problem with that is if the camera isn't facing the same direction that the player is, and it instead like smooths, then it could feel weird. It could feel weird moving forward and having the camera still moving to the side. So like you're actually going, like the camera's still getting into position when you're moving forward. So it feels like you're going in a different direction. It's very stiff, but other than that, it's all right. Wait, what? That's right. I keep forgetting that in other countries, so in Australia, when you don't move into a furnished property. If you're renting, you're not moving into a furnished property most of the time. Like there are properties that are furnished and such, but yeah. Um, Smooth as butter allows the camera to be smooth as frame rate allows without slowing the physics jitter due to rendering. Oh, I see what you mean. So the camera is. And so the camera would have to be disconnected from the player completely. No, I don't like that. I mean, I guess if I do that, then when the player dies, I'd be able to have like the camera stop and just look at the player, sort of thing. If I was to implement something like that, which I don't think I am, but. Alright. I see what you mean, but I'm not going to worry about that now. I am going to do that, Mungalo, but I'm not going to do that now. What I want to do is, now that we've got that physics state stuff, which hasn't really changed anything. It has, like, so what we've changed with the integrated forces hasn't really changed anything with how I was doing stuff. We've still got that slide happening. Try changing the slurp to alert. That's the thing. That slurp is not like this isn't applying, and this here. If I increase this, so increasing that causes a different issue. Like causes things to like stop way too quickly. Yeah. I don't want to. I feel like this solution. I feel like doing something here is not going to actually fix it. Um. I can get rid of that. I think I don't like again, Munglo. I don't think that's gonna fix it. I feel like all of these solutions are like I feel the way that it's moving, I feel like it's more akin to a vehicle moving. Yeah. Like For the record, you get a lot of unfurnished apartments in Norway too. It's just a lot, especially for students. Furnishes basic needs. I have my little bedroom and kitchen section. That's all in 70 square meters. Damn! What up, Jedem? How you doing? Just so I completely do it a different way. It's manhandled the linear velocity. Because then that causes a bunch of other problems. What up, hoy? Very good, a wise choice. I am currently tinkering with rigid body stuff again. But yeah, there's so much fiddling and so much time that you have to put into like fine tuning tiny little details with rigid body movements. 64 US a month, electricity included. God damn, that's cheap. But it is small, so it is pretty small. Physical movement work, yeah. Yeah, I'm currently trying to make it so that there's no slide with the player. Because the player does glide around as if they're ice skating a little bit at the moment. They And I think that's fine for controller. I think that's fine for controller because controller has the joystick, which is a full circle. But for keyboard and mouse, it doesn't feel right because you're either inputting those directions. Yeah, you're either going forward, backward, left, right, diagonal forward on either, or diagonal backwards on either. There's no in between with a keyboard movement. So having it do that slide on keyboard it doesn't feel right. Whereas I can see that being fine for controller. We've already got spherical warping. Like if the player's moving like this, so we go out here and I turn right. You can see how it like slides. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go back to just manhandling the state a bit, I think. It's momentum and slurp. Yes, but when a person is walking, they don't have so much momentum that when they turn, their foot is sliding. That's my problem. You know? That's the problem I have with it. Is that's not how a person actually walks. When they put their foot down and turn, they turn. So that's what I'm gonna have to do. So I think we want to go back to what we had previously. So what we had before was we'd calculate the movement direction, and then we set the linear velocity to be the linear velocity length multiplied by the movement direction. I think that's what we were doing previously. And that does cause this to feel more jolty, but it makes sense with the fact that I'm only inputting those directions. Like, those are the only directions I can input on keyboard. You know? And a player isn't really moving around like this in a game like this. They're moving around using the mouse. Yeah. They're doing that. And then when it comes to controller, obviously we've got the full rotation sort of thing. So and what I could even do with this, like go um God damn it, why can't I type? So if we do this movement direction, and then we have new linear velocity multiply equal the movement direction dot physics state linear velocity. So if I do that, the more different it is, the more the velocity slows down. And I could scale that to be between like negative 0.2 and 1. Yeah. But if you spam left, right, and so on, you could trigger something fun. Test it. True. That is true. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Nothing. I know what you mean. Now that's weird. It seems to have slowed down movement completely now. I wonder if it's not normalized. Why is it 0.18? Movement direction. Because the linear velocity is, yeah, duh. Um, it needs to be the new linear velocity. The vectors are already normalized. That should be 1.0 because they are exactly the same. Or is it because they're exactly the same it thinks that they're not? Hmm. I suppose the linear velocity I probably need to normalize, right? No, that wouldn't. It is player movement, right? I wonder if I do need to normalize that. There we go. I did need to normalize that one. So yeah, that's spamming left and right. My play is moving way too fast. Let's see. That feels nice. I'm good with that. Could use a tad more acceleration. It could. It could. But yeah, I need to tweak those acceleration and movement speed values. Yeah, because now we're not. Now we don't have that drift. Yeah. And by doing this multiplication here, if we go the complete opposite direction, it has that sort of slow down before it keeps going. When you find the good values, remember to make them the default values in the code. Ask me why I know that's a good thing. I do have plans to do that. Don't worry. I do have plans to do that. Like I'm already starting to do that with like the different action states. So like so in here I can just do that. Now I don't have to worry about spelling it out each time. And in here I can just be like, if we're crouching, switch into crouch. If we're running, switch into running. Over here, if we press run, move it. If we press crouch, move it. Change it in one place and it fixes it everywhere. You know? I just want that Half-Life 2 movement. I wouldn't say Half-Life 2 movement, just a realistic walking movement. Yeah. So if we do that, now I guess now I can start doing that camera stuff that you were talking about, Munglo. So we can move the camera now. If I do that, so the first thing I'm going to do is create a node 3D, which will be our view pivot. Move you under there. Now I can move that out. That's in the correct spot. And then I'm going to save. I'm just going to make this a player camera. Delete that. I'll move the HUD onto the player camera. Attach a script, player camera. View pivots. You can do that. Not gonna worry about that. The question is, do I want to create the camera when the player is going through its ready? Or do I want to create the camera same way we do it here? So the main area gets put in. I guess I probably want to do it under here. Do it under here so that way I can add it to the same. No, I know what I'll do. delete that. Go marker 3D, player spawn. In my project, I have a camera that never goes away. It has a singleton player view, since I'll never use another camera for the player's view. So it loads as soon as the earlier knit scene is done loading. So you have it as like an auto load? Like, what do you mean? Because what I'm planning on doing is when the player loads into the game, at that point when my game state's running through and it's like, all right, we're starting the game because we've loaded a profile. Yeah, we've loaded a profile, create a profile, whatever. We're now starting the game, so we create the room loader, we create the main area, and then under here I can also do a like a player scene. And a player camera. I don't use the global auto load things in Godot. That's fine. Like, I use them for some things. Like, I have this constants as a global auto load, and I have my enums as a global auto load. And this is just for things like this. Like, I could move this. I could move these and be like, you know, pop them in here. But then and then yeah, this would be, yeah, if there's something I do for like a menu thing or something, I can throw it in there. This will be so if I ever need to access the main node or something, you know, that type of thing. I don't think I use that anywhere at the moment though. I might not need constants. What do I have under enums? Ah, yeah. So this is stuff that's used all over the place. So like shape type, I can probably move to my puzzle room for like the shape box puzzle. This stuff here is used for, you know, loading rooms, updating game state, you know, player selecting what room to load, all that kind of stuff. So that's used in multiple places, so I like to have that there. Um, um, reload, player camera scene. we can do player. Then the player camera. Now I should have to load a node that has the definition of the enums. Or is that enough just extend node and define them in the script file? And do you mean like tell the... Do you mean like tell this to be like a... class name enums? The problem is if you do... I think if you do this, you've got to wait for it to be loaded after other things. Yeah. No, I don't have a node with this in the game. No. This node doesn't... Like, I don't place this node in the game. When you do an auto load... So this here will create a node with that script. Yeah. This here will create this game state scene straight away. So, yeah. And like, I could get rid of those and go... Let's see. Class name and nums. So I could do that. And then there's no node. Well, I mean, it has created it because... Why has it created that, actually? I've disabled them. Yeah, there we go. And then if I do this, yeah, I need to fix that stuff up. So yeah, like I can just do it as like a class name and nums. And then just access these by like a static class enum variable type thing. Yeah, so then it's not part of the scene tree at all. But yeah. Let's see. So it's not part of the normal scene tree, it's hidden. Kind of. Like, it's not hidden. It's... Yeah. I'm not going to try and explain it because I suck at explaining things. I don't try to explain things that often because I know that I'm terrible at it. Let's get that camera set up. So, under our state, you know, do player. Actually, view pivots. That's just going to be a node 3D. There we are. It's not kind of hidden. So, like, for example, in here, you can't see the entire scene tree. You know, you can only see the tree of this scene that you're looking at. So I have this game state here. So when my game starts up, it starts up looking at this main menu manager. So the main menu manager is the main thing that loads when we, like, that's the first thing we go into. But if I run this, game state itself is a node that you can access from the scene tree. Like, you can do a get node / root / game state if you wanted to. Like, there's nothing hidden about it. Like, every node that's in the scene tree is a. I don't even know what you mean by a hidden node. Like something being hidden in the scene tree. If it's in the scene tree, it's not hidden. You can access it. Oh, hang on. Are you talking about what is it? Are you talking about putting an @ symbol at the front? So for example, this temp here, if I run this, we go through, do this. We go into our main area. We've got temp there. You can hide them. The only thing I can think of is you're talking about the visibility. That's the only thing I can imagine you're talking about. It's like toggling the visibility. Like calling the hide method so that it's like an invisible node. So you make tooling, you can add nodes to the scene tree you are editing, but not set owner. And they will not show in the scene tree. But you can also hide them if you can also hide them so they don't show in the scene tree. Like the button node does, for example. What do you mean like the button node does? Because if I load up my menu here, how you doing, who man? You have a look, like I've got the buttons here that are completely visible.
Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Yeah. So this is the game running with a button. The only thing I can think that you're referring to, they have nodes to render text texture. And so you just don't see them, they're hidden. Okay. I don't see why that would matter for something like game state and whatnot, like, because they never matter. I don't know what you're talking about. Me. I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm just going to look at this. That's just visibility, so that's not going to do anything. That's not going to work. Core problem is that add child only adds a node to memory, but the editor doesn't recognize as persistent scene elements. Get tree edited child edited scene root. Establishes ownership. Recommended practice. Use editor is an editor hint. The issue arises when a tool scripts programmatically add child nodes to a scene. The fundamental cause is that the add child method is an in-memory structure, not inherently register as part of the A. Procedurally generate game elements such as terrain segments. So you have to actually tell it. You have to actually tell it that it's got an owner. Right. So if you don't tell it that its owner is the edited scene tree root, then it doesn't show up in the scene tree. Yeah, that to me, if you did that with like a game state or an enum, like a script that had like enum constants and stuff like that, you'd essentially have a memory leak because when you clean up the scene tree, those nodes themselves wouldn't get cleaned up. I think. So I've had I've had the issue previously, Mungo, where I was creating a save state where I would create a packed scene that would that I would I would reparent the nodes under and have those have that scene saved. And then when I reload stuff, there's a bunch of orphaned nodes that get created because the ownership was not set up correctly. Like the owner was not created correctly, so it creates like hundreds of orphan nodes. So I would imagine if you did that with those, where you have those nodes not have an owner, I'd imagine that would also then become an orphan node. And it's like that can then lead to then they show up as orphan counted. Since those outside tree. Well, no, because in my situation, when I loaded that packed scene back up and added everything back into the scene tree, like I added them all back into the scene tree, they were all still counted as orphan nodes. It was weird. But anyway, it's nothing I'm ever gonna run into, so I don't need to worry about it. What was I doing with the camera? We're adding the camera here. So the main area doesn't have a script, does it? No, it doesn't. So how do I have... What up, Duck? How you doing? Export generate dungeons to a scene. And I do that very sloppy. Fair. Fair. Let's see. If I make this, how can I do this so that I could give it a script? Or we go like so. We player get tree root add child player global position vector 3 so that way they have time to like fall onto the ground. And this here for the camera, we can go position will be player instance view pivot. Actually, no, it'd be the transform, wouldn't it? What I'll set up for the camera is that's only for a skeleton modifier though. Yeah, we'll just do transform is player instance view pivot transform, and then under process I just always do the same thing. Is that right? I have no idea if that's correct. We're about to find out. Because I am rotating the view pivot. All right, so copying the transform, not yeah. Copy layer view pivot. Global position equals player instance view pivots, global position, and global rotation. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna work. Oh shit, we got ads. We will go to words. Oh, sweet. Okay, that's working now. It does. It still feels a bit. Still feels a bit choppy. Interpolation and track camera against interpolated transform. If I try to do anything with transform, it doesn't move. But for now, we are taking a break from that. We'll come back to it after the ads. So L is fake. Yep, spin. Pins. Snip. Nice. Yeah, we'll get back to it after the ads, Bungalow. Won't worry about talking about it right now. I want to give my brain a little bit of a rest. I've already got rips. Rins. Rons. Ions. Can't do siphon. Oh, no idea. Pros. Pris. Prons. Pron. Prin. What the hell were the other words? Oh well. Oh well, we failed. We failed. Alright. So, let's read what was said, because I have no idea. Have you enabled the interpolation to track camera against interpolated transform? It is a fake transform only for interpolation. That is the one you want to track. That is how they implemented the interpolation. No idea what you mean, but I'm assuming pivot transform. What? I'm assuming that needs to always start as that. Then go. I'll transform 3D, of course. Interpolate with returns the result of the linear interpolation between this transform So would that not need to be an actual transform? Would that not have to just be that? It's an actual transform. Oh, right. Right, so it's something enabled under the physics. Physics interpolation, that thing. If true, the renderer will interpolate the transforms of objects between the last two transforms so that smooth motion is seen even when physics ticks do not coincide with rendered frames. Although this is a global setting, finer control of individual branches of the scene tree is possible using physics interpolation mode. So I read at runtime when the project starts. So that sets jitter physics to be. Yeah. Those are the only two that exist for physics. So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Turning that on. And if I turn that on, the physics jitter fix gets turned off. So if we do that, with interpolation, there is no jitter. Yeah, but like you said it was an actual. You said it was an actual node. Right? Oh, it's an actual transform. So am I using the camera's transform, or is there some other transform that you're talking about? I assume if you were talking about using the camera's transform, you would have just said to use the camera's transform. Global transform interpolated on the viewport. There's physics interpolation mode on the viewport. Is physics interpolated and enabled? Oh, on the view pivot, not the... Right. Right. So that's inherited. So if I have it turned on in the settings, or should I... If I have it turned on here, then it's just going to... I have it turned on for the whole game. And then I assume we're just doing this. Yeah, it doesn't. That's not working. Except the viewport's global interpolated transform. Get global interpolated. But if I'm setting the transform, it doesn't seem to. I don't know. Now it's rotating. Cool. And it does look better. I think the only thing that's remaining is my monitor's ghosting. And that's the only thing that's remaining. Set the physics to 15. I don't know why I would need to do that. I don't think I would ever have physics ticks under 60. I mean, it feels smoother, but it's still like that's yeah. It does feel smoother, but it is still a bit jittery now. Yeah. Yeah. Movement was still in 20 ticks, but even when I was standing to it, yeah. All right. So if I do that, yeah. So I think the only reason I can see for needing that is if I want the camera to stay in position while the player moves around or something. Or if I wanted to do a ragdoll on the player. Yeah. I'm not sure I would need that. My UDA product, I think, runs at 20 ticks. Push network updates on physics tick. Interpolate on host and client. And everything moves smooth anyway. Okay. I'm assuming for a multiplayer project, it would probably have more impact. But yeah, I'm trying to think like if I just had the camera, underneath the player, would it not look the same? I suppose no, because we're getting the interpolated, so it's yeah. Whereas if I had the camera under the player, it wouldn't interpolate. It would just be physics. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see why that would be. I think there was a reason I disconnect them. Like if you have ragdoll physics and stuff applying to the player, I can definitely see it being worthwhile. Also, if I turned that off and I set my viewport to do physics interpolation, everything except for the view pivot is now jitter. And you can see how that's... Like, so if we have a look at that, feels jittery a bit. I get rid of that. I turn that back on. I mean, that's... Does that feel different? Does that look different? I don't think it does. Need to interpolate player transform and the pivot. But I guess if I set it up so that the entire game has the physics interpolation, then... And that does feel and look a bit different. That does feel and look a bit different. Yeah, this feels and looks smoother when I have the entire thing set. Well, the difference also depends on what you're used to and how sensitive. I can definitely notice a difference between having the entire game set to physics interpolation and... Yeah. All right. Well, we've got that sorted. Now that we've got that sorted, a lot of people won't be able to say why it's smoother. Yeah. But I think now that we've got that sorted, what I need to do is get the jump working. So on ground is false. That's going to have this run, which will do a shapecast update. When it is on ground, and that applies the up. And then if player's on ground, it returns out. I think that's what the problem is. I think we need to do... We fixed this yesterday. But now that I've done a bit of reworking, I've gotten rid of it. Now I can't remember how I fixed it. It's just immediately ending. I think the reason for that is this shape is currently a little bit larger. I have to set it to be the same size. Because one thing I found yesterday, Mongolo, is when I had the... When I had this be a little bit smaller, Oh, hang on. If I do that, then the player's never going to touch the ground. And that's never going to detect them as overlapping or being on the ground. I don't. So before I start handling landing, I'm going to actually get the player jumping. All right. So we want to figure out why the player is not jumping. Don't care about anything else right now. Jumping only. It's ending straight away. That's because it's detecting the player as being on ground. There was something I did yesterday. You know why? Why? Because we're applying the impulse up. Because that needs to be done on the state, doesn't it? Um, um, so we do that. And then I can do is jumping is false. But I only want to apply this if we are jumping. I had it working yesterday, Mongolo, so I'm just going to get it back to that point. Because it's text that we're on the ground. If we're on the ground and we jump, we switch into that. Switch into the jump state. That's why. That's why. If you apply the jump impulse after that, it'll only simulate one tick before it redirects the velocity towards movement directory again. They're talking about this one. I'll probably just do that. Let's see what happens. No. Now, it's detecting that it's on ground again before it does the jump. That needs to be apply impulse. Doing Y locks on your game axis. But it's fine for now. I'm not locking my Y axis. There's no locking on my Y axis. Like on the X and the Z there is. I've got rotation, but position's not being locked. Oh, doing Y locks me on the game axis. Yeah, like obviously what I'm gonna do in the future, Mungo, when I input different stuff, like different changes and such, is I'll be like, I'll implement calculations to be like, you know, multiply this by the actual basis so I know what up is relative to the player. Like, I know that, but for now, let's just get basic jumping working. I don't care about future gravity planes right now. Okay? We can worry about that once we actually have jumping. You keep thinking about things months down the track. But I just want to get a basic jumping working. I am. But that's the thing, like, we don't have, like, so this here, this Y state here, this Y stuff here, that doesn't get calculated in jump. In jump, we don't care about any of that because I'm not going to let my player change direction mid-jump. You know, if you jump in one direction, you're not going to end up over here. You know, you're going to jump, and that's where you're going to end up, not over there. Yeah. And the issue might not be the jump set itself. Play impulse is working, but players on ground is probably being set back to true sum. Yes, that's exactly what's happening, Dark. I need to I need to figure out how to prevent that from happening. Especially if I do, like, linear velocity y is less than or equal to 0. If we have a look, is jumping. If we're not jumping, let's see. Print debug. Linear velocity y. Let's see. So the issue is how much force I'm applying. I want to do player mass multiplied by 3. There we are. Okay. Okay. I wonder if I can get rid of this now. The Y retention is a bit off. We're not on ground, at least. There shouldn't even be a Y retention. So what's happening is it's changing into another state. It's changing into another state that does this stuff when it shouldn't be doing that. Suppose I do still need that. Why? Let's see what happens. It's changing out too early. That's what's happening. Hmm. Barometric truth is ground, is on ground, ignore 1 and 2 physics frames after impulse. That's why I had that set up. So that way, while we have a velocity up, our jump hasn't finished. It's only when we're coming down and is on ground gets set back to true. But I think what I need to do Because in here we're checking if the player's on ground. I can fix this up later to deal with future stuff. I'll show you. 0.175. That's weird. But now that's never going to detect the player as... I think that's an issue with the interpolated physics. We're not even hitting, like, it's got nothing to do with the Y being retained when we're on ground. It's the fact that it's changing out of the jump state before we actually land. It shouldn't change out of the jump state until we have finished jumping. Yeah. Yeah. So I just changed state, and why doesn't it retain Y speed? It's like, those are two separate things, Mungalo. It's not retaining the Y speed because it's considering itself to be landed before it lands. So if we solve the first part of that question as to why has it changed state, then we solve the second part because we no longer need to worry about retaining the downward velocity because we're already on the ground. There's no more downward velocity to be applied. We're not going through the ground. Why would I need to retain a negative, like a downward velocity? Anyway, it's irrelevant at this point, Mungalo. Once again, Mungalo, you're a couple of steps further than where we're at. We need to first fix the issue with it changing state too early, and then we can fix things after that. Okay? One thing at a time. I don't want to try and solve 3 things at once and then be like, why isn't this working? And then end up being, oh, it's because we're trying to fix something that we're not up to yet. For now, you can tweak the cast length of the CharacterBody3D. Well, currently, that one in the middle there, that grayed out one, that's it. And it's inside the player. So even though it's inside the player, it's still detecting before the player lands. Which is weird. Ah, it's because of this. Nope, it's not because of that. Well, I don't know. It was working yesterday. Why did I get rid of my jump logic from yesterday? Yesterday it was working fine. Shouldn't be ending. When cast full length, it should cast about 4 centimeters under the player. Casting for the full radius. Even if I pop this up like so. Let's see. So we've moved the shape cast target up. That's not. Well, I just moved as I landed right there. Then that broke that. Make 3 cannot be normalized. 36. Movement direction's already normalized. It's probably because of. No, because idle doesn't. I don't know why. Let's see. Might actually change jump to be is pressed rather than on release. What up, Slatey? Is there a reason you're doing this rather than using move and slide? We're using a rigid body 3D instead of a character body 3D. So a character body 3D has move and slide and move and collide. A rigid body 3D, you calculate the forces and impulses to apply. All right. So now what we can do is ignore the Y. Is state when your velocity Y. And down here we can just do new velocity y equals u. Now we can do that. Right. I think moving collide is from rigid body or even physics body. So I think it's that. I think I need this to not take into account the y. What up, robotic ninja? Why do you want to use rigid body instead of character body? For physics reasons. So if I put something in the game that hits the player from a side, I can apply an impulse and launch, like have the player launch in that direction. Stuff like that. If I have the player grab onto something that's like 400 kilograms and they try to pull it, they won't be able to because their force moving backwards is not enough to overcome the 400 kilogram weight that they're trying to pull. Things like that. Things like that. And that's stuff that I need to still factor into the calculations and whatnot, but yeah, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Doing a puzzle narrative thingamajig with physics interactions. Yeah. Fighting the velocity after saving y is a good thing. Keeping things consistent. Yeah. Because I don't want them to land and have have this kick in. Like maybe this. Like maybe in here we do like linear velocity multiply equal 0.8. So that way there's like a little bit of a slowdown when they land, but not a huge one. So a puzzle physics game. That's the thing. I don't want people there's going to be puzzles in the game. They are going to be physics-based puzzles. But I don't want people to think that the game is going to be a physics-based puzzle game to the same degree that The Witness is a puzzle game. You know? The puzzles aren't going to be nearly as interesting or as creative as the puzzles in The Witness. They're going to be interesting and creative, just not as creative as that stuff. So I don't want people to imagine this game is going to be on that level. You know? The puzzles are going to be a way to progress the narrative. And there's going to be multiple endings and replayability and stuff like that. So it is a puzzle game, but the puzzles are just a means to progress the narrative, if you know what I mean. What was I doing? Yeah, so we do that. Then under here, like superliminal, but only different endings. Yeah, so I want people to think of this game as like a mix of Portal and Stanley Parable. So you're doing puzzles within a facility. There's robots, but there's also going to be a person, like a human NPC in my game. It's going to be like dark comedy sort of thing. Um, and then you have like the multiple endings and the replayability and stuff like that of Stanley Parable, where in Stanley Parable, you do certain things and then they reset. They reset and they're like, all right, let's do this again. And each time things change, like something new's there or something different has happened or something like that. Yeah. Um, so like on a subsequent playthrough of this game, depending on what you did in the first playthrough, the facility might be changed a little bit. Like maybe you've done something in the previous playthrough that has altered one of the puzzle rooms or altered something in the hallway that now allows you to access a secret. You know, if you know how, if you've paid attention and understand how to access the secret through the different interactions and mechanics that have been introduced through the puzzles. Yeah. So what was it on? We're gonna go old linear velocity. It's gonna be linear velocity. Reset that. There we go. Old linear velocity by that. Just need to be old linear velocity. But then the acceleration. The acceleration is doing another dot. So what if I pass? What if I do that? Hmm. Very cool. What game is you using? Godot. Yeah. It's gonna take me a long time to make this game. Um, but I'm hoping that like with my last game, once I'd built the foundation of stuff, it was very easy to just like knock stuff out one after the other. That's kind of what I need to do with this. Is once I need to make sure that when I implement certain logic for doing one thing in a puzzle, I can just reuse that same thing across every puzzle wherever I need it. So that way, it just like, yeah, speeds up my development a shit ton. Actually make my first puzzle game on Godot. This is also my first time using Godot. Nice. Nice. Like a template. Kind of. More just code reusability. Like, having code that can be reused is very helpful, as long as you don't overdo it. Because if you overdo it, you end up spending so much time trying to get that code to be reusable in as many situations as possible that it slows you down. Whereas if you can make, I overdo it, fair. Oh, everyone has overdone it. I've overdone it a shit ton too. Like if I can get it so that, you know, when you try to drag something, like when something's supposed to slide when you grab it and pull, just have the logic for that sort of thing, like create a component for that I can reuse. You know? And then anytime I need something that can be grab and slid, I just give it a weight and like an axis that it can slide along and stuff like that. And then done. Just reuse that for things that need to slide. Yeah, if something needs to be switched, like a lever or something, you know, give that similar logic to the slide, but different because it needs to be pinned in a certain spot and it needs to go around on an arc. You know? So instead of trying to resolve those two things in one function, just have two separate goddamn components. You used to use Construct 4 or Play Canvas. Interesting. I think the last time I heard of Construct was with Construct 3. Construct 3 was the last time I heard of it. I don't know how long ago that is, but I think it's still the more popular one. Have they released Construct 4? That's a building group, so we know that. That looks nice. Construct 4 is Construct's pretty popular. My interactable has implementation of rigid body, static body, physical bone, and some will fire activated signals like buttons and levers. I hook up on other things. Yeah, see, I'd just split that out into different things. I'd just have a lever split out to handle lever logic. I'd have a button split out to handle button logic. I wouldn't bother having those two things together. All right, I do need to BRB. So I'm going to give you the words, but I'm not going to be gone for long enough to require it to be looping. So there's the first word for you. All right. I'll be back in a moment. Burbs. Alright, I'm back. Rain. Engine. What about an engineer? A engine. I tried to help. I tried to help by getting a word. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Just wasn't in cards for me. What up, VM? How you doing? Pause. Come on, how was poos not accepted? Ooh, sour, that's a good one. That is a good one, Ray. There's also, oops, the opposite of poos. What's the big word? Supers. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what the large word is. Stumped me. Thoroughly stumped me. That's right. I'm now doing that, aren't I? Passing in dot. Pass dot into acceleration. Because that's going to be based on the old linear velocity in the player movement direction. No, it should be new, right? The dot should be the player movement direction and the new, no, the old. Yeah, old. Yeah. Let's see. This may not work. Any tips for first time using Godot? Have a look at the Godot documentation. So that's still doing that. Have a look at the Godot documentation for like 3D game. If you want to make a 3D game, then Godot has this entire document, like this entire documentation here that goes through making a very simple 3D game. And it goes through some of the scripting as well, some of the coding. So it helps you get used to the editor. It helps you understand how to use nodes, and it also helps you understand like what the actual like how to get a game made with Godot. I, the words are escaping, like the proper words are escaping me. But like, it takes you through everything you need to be able to create a game. So they've even got like moving the player with code. So they go through the code to set that up. They use a character body, which is the easier implementation. And then yeah, it's basically where everyone starting with Godot should start, in my opinion. And they've also got one for a 2D game as well. So, and then after that, if you want to, you can look at like Brachy's stuff. And then you slowly get to a point where you just don't use tutorials anymore. That's your goal. Get to a point where you're not using tutorials for Godot, and you're just reading through Godot documentation. There's obviously some things you need to look up tutorials and stuff for. Like I've had to look up certain stuff while making a game to be like, I need to do this. I need to handle this logic. How would I implement that sort of action in a game? You know, for example, if I wanted to know how to do a ragdoll effect, I'd go through a tutorial at how do I do a ragdoll, yeah, and then I'd implement one. I'm already familiar with 3D, 2D game, 3D and 2D game engines work. Just script's kind of complicated, but first-person movements work for my phone for a gamepad. Planning on making a puzzle game fun. So I still recommend like going through. Have you used a node-based system for game development, or have you used like a game object component system, like Unity style? Because what most people have trouble with when it comes to Godot is understanding nodes. That's what everyone struggles with, because they try to correlate nodes to something in another engine, like a component or a prefab or something like that. I'm planning Hmm. Let's see. Watching and reading documents when I don't understand. Yeah. When we land, we need to reduce stuff. What up, Strider? How you doing? Yeah, so he needs to reduce that a bit further. Don't poke your eye out with it. That's what the glasses are for. See, I can see perfectly fine. These are just protective glasses. Yeah, there we are. So when you land, your velocity is dropped a bit because you're landing, but it's not enough to make you like stop. What are we working on? So we've been building, like we've been tinkering with this stuff and how we're going to build this stuff for like the last 4 weeks or so. It's a puzzle narrative game. I'm pitching it as Portal combined with Stanley Parable. You have puzzles that you complete in a facility. There's a human NPC and a couple of robot NPCs. There's multiple endings. There's replayability. You don't have to complete the puzzles. So one of the endings is going to be you refuse to do any puzzle. Like you just say that you can't complete any of the puzzles. And that takes you to one ending. Yeah. Bring it on, Chica. Bring it on. My God, my elbow keeps cracking and popping and snapping all over the place. Send me the challenge, Chica. Like both of those things? Me too. Me too. Little draft. Oh, you actually want to play checkers. Okay. Alright. It's been a very long time since I've done checkers. Do I have to take? You have to take. That's interesting. Ooh! Yes. Come get me. This is professional level drafts here. Only the best. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Lovely. Lovely. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Good night, Vongo. So close. Yeah. GG, Chica. GG. Good old checkers. Checkers, much more my speed. None of this complicated chess stuff. Jeez. Let's pop that to 2-5. What's an excuse to use quite a cool GG emote? I need to create a GG emote. That's from oh my god, who's that from? I know who it's from. At an A. Okay, no, I don't know who it's from. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, nice. Um, I feel like when I jump, I want to reduce some of the velocity outside of the Y. Nah. I mean, the player can jump from there to there. That's like 5 meters. That's a pretty big jump. Oops. Being able to jump 5 meters is pretty big. um, let's see what those movement speeds are like. Now that's the other thing, like, yeah, cool. So even if I let go of WASD after they've jumped, they're still moving at that speed. They're not accelerating or decelerating while they're in the air. Yeah. What else did I want to do? I need to set a jump cooldown. Um, yeah, do can jump. Jump cooldown and is 0 approx. Jump cooldown. So we can do that. Now I can also how can I have the jump impacted by what the player's holding? I could reference an object that the player's holding, or I could just have that like whenever the player holds an object or grabs an object, we just set the like hold weight and stuff like that. So we don't need a reference to the whole thing. I suppose it would just be a point of reference anyway, based on C++. Yeah, maybe. Hmm. Huh. That's was weird. Alright, so yeah, I'll just leave it as that. Over on here, we can go can jump. And we also go player jump cooldown. What can the jump cooldown be? It was like 0.3. Do that. So now they're not going to be able to just consistently jump. There's like a cooldown in between. Interesting. So if I start moving, I need to move this outside of unhindered input state. I need to do. Input is action pressed. This needs to go under our player base. If player jump cooldown is greater than 0, then jump cooldown will equal then player jump cooldown. Did you see that they're making a third Jumanji movie? A third Jumanji movie. Like technically fourth because of the original Jumanji movie, and now there's like the third one of the new Jumanji reboot. We didn't even get a second, like a sequel to like the original, did we? Like, I don't think we got a sequel. You think there was? I don't think there was. No, because there was Jumanji, and then there was Zathura, but I don't consider those to be. I also don't. I also consider these three to be. I don't consider them to be sequels of the original. I consider them to be a reboot. Like, for me, for it to be a sequel of the original, it would have to be the board game. It would have to be the board game, not a new variation, not like, a video game that was put, like, definitely a reboot. But yeah, like Zathura would be the closest, and that's because it's also based on like a board game, you know? So it follows the same idea, but it's not a sequel to Jumanji. It's like its own thing. So I'm very disappointed. Who will stack my books if I don't? I was very disappointed when when the reboot, when I found out the reboot was getting its third movie. I was like, what? Why couldn't we have like a sequel to the original Jumanji in like 2000 or 2002 or something? You know? Or 98. Yeah. It would have been great. Would have been fantastic. The original was so much better than the reboots. But no. I wish to take it that Jumanji is itself an evolving thing to suck people in, and it evolved to what would bring people into the world. The only problem with that, Slady, is it's an old, outdated video game system you're saying it would have evolved into. If we say that is how it works, then it's evolved into a subpar video game system that no one's going to be interested in playing. Whereas originally, it was just a board game, a regular board game, which can entice people to play it. If it had have evolved into like an arcade game or a modern console, it was old and outdated because the father put it in the attic after his son disappeared. So it only evolves when what? It only evolves when there's no one stuck in the game. At which point, why hasn't it evolved after his son got out of the game? Yeah. Why hasn't it evolved since into a more modern thing? Mrs. Doubtfire and Jumanji, that would have been a good game. Yep. I agree, Fox, that would have been a great game. It only has a chance to roll for Evolution when a sequel is made. The second hint for the secret word, so the first hint for anyone that missed it was every game has this. The second hint is this can be the worst part of a game. Next Jumanji reboot will be VR and AI. So the third film completely just gets rid of the game and has the characters from the game come into the real world without people playing it. And then it's like people go into the game. And it's like, well, hang on. Since when are the characters in the game able to come out of the game into the real world? There's only people in the real world that should be able to go into the game, right? Makes me think of a Narnia series. Anyway, my whole issue with it is that we didn't get one sequel to the original Jumanji movie, which was superior in every way, but now we're getting 2 sequels to the reboot. Jeez. Hate it. What was I doing? The jump, that's right. And doing the cooldown. Alright. I can adjust this down. So the reason why we're now checking it in here instead of up here is if we checked it the way we were checking it, when you have some other input. So if you were jumping on the spot, whoop. Yeah. Duh. Just do that. Oops. Bugs. I think someone already guessed bugs. It's just story evolution, and the thing that made the original superior was Robin Williams. It's hard to bring him back. But I'm not saying to make a sequel to the original now. I'm saying it was made in 95. They could have made a sequel to it in 98. They could have made a sequel to it in 2000. They could have made a sequel to it in 2002. They could have made a sequel to it back then, but they didn't. And now we've got the reboot, and they're making multiple sequels to it. And it just annoys me. Didn't need to make sequels back then. People were more creative. I mean, you say that. I've got just pressed. I just want pressed. Now I have to rehash old stories. I mean, there were certainly a lot fewer sequels back then. That is true. Yeah, cool. There we go. Awesome. Why did I do that? Just closing the game. I'm going to commit that up while I've got it. Didn't need to make sequels back then because Rambo 2, Aliens, and Terminator 2 were still fresh AF. True. RoboCop 2. Mad Max sequels. the Mortal Kombat sequels, the Jaws sequels, the Chucky sequels, the Halloween sequels. Basically, any horror film got a sequel back then. What is a good reboot, though? Killer Tomatoes! Yes! Oh my god, Killer Tomatoes. Killer Tomatoes is a good reboot. Or a good sequel. Like, a good reboot is difficult to do. It is difficult to do. What was it called? It was like not Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes was funny, but the sequel to it. What was the sequel to it? I think it was Return, or was it Strikes Back? '91, '88. I think it was this one, Return of the Killer Tomatoes. Return of the Killer Tomatoes, fantastic. Yeah, it's got like George Clooney and shit in it. And because tomatoes tried to kill humanity and wipe people out, when you get a pizza, you no longer have tomatoes or tomato sauce as the base or anything like that. So they have like a regular pizza with meat and stuff and cheese and whatnot, but then they'll also have like peanut butter or gummy bears or some shit like that. It's mixed in with it. Greatest thing ever. Greatest thing ever. Tremors was amazing as well. How you doing, Nujank? How you doing? I saw something the other day, which was what's his name? Jeff from Dumb and Dumber. Bridges, that's it. No, not Jeff Bridges, was it? Is it Jeff? No, it's not Jeff Bridges. No. Oh my god, Daniels, that's it. Jeff Daniels. I'm pretty sure it was Jeff Daniels anyway. Like, it was like a peanut butter. It was this weird thing here. This weird thing here. Where you have like the tortilla or the pita bread or something. And you like put peanut butter. And then you like crunch up a certain type of chips or something. And you put barbecue sauce on it. And I've seen a bunch of YouTube shorts of people recreating it and then trying it and being like, that should not taste good, but that tastes fantastic. And it's got me thinking, do I buy these ingredients and test it out? My favorite thing is peanut butter and bacon. See, that I can get on board with. And the reason I can get on board with that is because there's things like dessert pizzas and hot dogs and stuff like that. So like you get a dessert pizza that has like Nutella, or you get pancakes. You know, you can have bacon with pancakes. You can have bacon with maple syrup. So of course, having bacon with peanut butter, that just makes sense. You know, peanut butter is nasty stuff. It's somehow supposed to be oily, but it feels extra dry, and it sticks everywhere in your mouth. Depends on which peanut butter you get. Yeah. The worse something tastes, the more you want others to eat that. And if it is if it is tasty, you say it's awful, and you get to keep it to yourself. Fat man tactics. Here's the problem with that, Munglo. I don't see people going out and buying surströmming. I don't see that happening at all. And that's like the worst thing I can think of. So like your logic of the worse something tastes, the more you want others to eat it, doesn't work there. That it breaks down at surströmming because that tastes horrible. A nice surströmming sandwich with a bit of Vegemite, that is way too much salt. That is way too much sodium. All right? If you have that, you better just have like water being pumped directly into your body to counteract the amount of sodium you're ingesting. A video of a dude who eats like 4 of these fruits off a tree to get his girlfriend to eat one. It turns out it's nasty. I haven't. I haven't. I have seen. I did see a Smosh video where the whole concept was, you know, a dish is put in front of everyone. First one to ring the bell gets that dish, but they don't know if it's good or bad. And one of them was cookies. So one of them hits the buzzer, like hits the bell. They eat it, and they're like, "It's good, it's good," and they like keep eating it. Then everyone else is like, "No, it can't be." He's like, "Yeah, it's good," keeps eating it, and then everyone else around the table gets a cookie, and they all count down and they eat it, and they're all like, "Oh my god, that's disgusting," and he's like, "Ha, got you." It's that exact situation. I've somehow stumbled upon influencers who eat sardines and they pay ridiculous sums for them to be 2 fish in a tin can with oil. No. No, those people are insane. People who eat sardines, like fermented sardines, like surströmming and stuff, and people that eat anchovies, worst people in the world. Worst people in the world. Literal insane people. And olives. If you eat olives because you like them, you have something wrong with you. You need to get checked out. You like tinned sardines, Slady? No. Go see a psychiatrist, find out what's wrong with you. People who eat German sausages are the worst. You know what they say, Nujank? You are what you eat. Interesting that only kicks in. What are the other things that we can do with that, actually? What else is there? To do info warn bug. um, well, those are the three that we've got. Well, those are the four that we've got. A to-do, an info, a warn, and a bug. I need to put those to use more often. I don't like them for £10 per tin. Or €10 per tin. That's a lot. €10 per tin of sardines is way too much. It's horrible. Also fix me. Oh, fix me. Okay. See, to me, that would just be bug. I wonder, are those Godot things? I feel like they are. Why not just fix, give it agency? Under here, if we go comments. That's one thing I haven't got working. Oh, okay, so yeah, bug warning appears in yellow. Bug well, that's wrong. That's already wrong. Let's see. Hack and TBD. TBD. Nothing. Hack. That comes up yellow. Okay. Alert. Okay, so this isn't tied to Godot's ones. We've already tried error, danger. Yeah, okay. So it would be NeoVim comment highlight keywords. So NeoVim has built in certain words by the looks of things. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So there's perf, fully optimized. Hack, this looks a bit funky. To do, what else? Note. Okay, note. And perf. Okay. Okay, I see. Let's see how it is. The one thing that I don't have working is If I was to do, what was it? No comment region. Code regions. It's this that I don't have. Like I can't collapse that. You know? I can collapse functions, but I don't have regions in NeoVim for GD script. I don't know why it doesn't work. It's interesting. Anyway, ads coming in. Let's keep going with our words. Can you spell the words? Are you a spelly person? Not a smelly person. A spelly. I mean, maybe you spell smell. Who knows? That would make you a smelly speller. Can't I do both? I mean, you can. You can indeed. Um. Oh, tennis. There's no four-letter word. There's no word starting with E. No word starting with E. Sorry, am I in the way? No, I'm not. Cool. Nets. Scent. Nice. Knits. Nest. Nice. Nice. Two letters. You can spell. I'm proud of you, chat. You all earned that grade 3 education. I'm assuming everyone here passed grade 3. If you didn't, okay. That's definitely the big word. Um, how is veins not a what? Hmm. Weird. Alright. That's the big word. Nova. Nice, nice. Vans. Yeah. Gotta have vans. If you don't have vans, how do you transport things? Trucks. Trucks. That's how you transport things. God damn. I'm silly. I'm silly. Alright. Pause that there. That was very difficult for my grade 2 education. Well, it's a good thing we passed because now VM, you are officially at a grade 3 level of education. Congrats. What's the next thing that we need to start handling? I think it's the collision. Is that okay? I do kind of want to slide. Well, that worked. But I have to actually do the input. See what's happening there? That door's opening, but those ones are also opening. Shit. I need the material to be unique. That's gonna chew up some, It's gonna chew up a little bit of memory. Like under here is the doorway lights. No, I'd have to mark you as unique. Oh, now it doesn't have. Hang on. Now it doesn't have that. What? God damn it! What's it doing? Why does it do that occasionally? It's gonna be something to do with when I click and interact and stuff. Shit. I think I need to make it local to scene. No. It's interesting because the animation plays. It tweaks that. It's tweaking it across all of them. That's weird. It is. So it's doing it on the mesh. So it does it on the mesh surface 1 material, albedo color, and emission. But if I set this to be local to scene, that doesn't fix it. I would have to set the material. Well, no, that is the material that I'm setting. I'm telling the material to be local to scene. Hmm. I'll do that. Let's see. So we're not using the stored thing. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. So I'll need to do that for each of the puzzle room doors. But these other doors will be fine to keep using that regular material. Um, cool. Cool. So how do we do the slide? When the player collides... Contact collider position. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'd have to get these. I have to calculate what the normal is for my velocity and their plane, and then apply that down there. No contact with floor normally. I mean, I can take the player off colliding with the floor. And have this ground detection detect that, like detect the floor. And then then you have zero out in the out. Then you have to zero out fall speed when grounded, which has other consequences. Yeah, exactly. But so in that case, Mungler, you're telling me to have no contact with the floor. But if I don't have contact with the floor, I'm going to be falling. So what do we do? Because I can have the player a few centimeters off the ground, but then they're not colliding with the floor, which means they're constantly going to be pulled down. Zero out fall. Yeah, but that's what I was doing. But then you've said that has other consequences. So you're making it sound like I shouldn't do this. You can't like you've got to provide the information here. You can't say that and then just be like, what? As an example, when walking up a slope over the crest. Well, apparently I have linear velocity anyway. Hmm. Have a good sleep, Mungalo. I do appreciate the help. Zeroing out linear velocity doesn't do anything. Why is that? God, I'm gonna sneeze. No, no, I'm not gonna sneeze. My nose is just pissing me off. Hmm. So why does zero and counteract gravity? Yeah, it'll have to be. Um. I do that, multiply it by delta. I'm minusing it because it's already a negative value that we want to reverse. Why does that happen? That has severely messed with my movement. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I need to, yeah. Which, do that. Yeah. What up, Nicholas? How you doing? Ah, yes. Hang on. I'd have to add a static body. Floor. And the other doors. Do that. There. Got to handle that velocity with kitten gloves. Exactly. Good night, Munglo. Have a good snooze. I don't need to handle. Actually, I don't need to handle slide. It already slides. Not as much as it probably should. There is already sliding. I know what's happening there. There we go. I could improve. I wonder if that's happened because I've turned off the ground collision. Wonder if that's... I'm gonna change it back. Actually. Let's see if it still works. See if we still have that inbuilt slide. Why do you... I need to put logging on that. Still... I do have to turn a bit more, I think. Yeah, I do have to turn a bit more. Let's see what happens if I turn that off. Ah. it prevents that. That's what it prevents. So print debug. Unless bodies are configured to monitor contacts. Because the player's going to be able to contact with a lot of stuff. Number of contacts is different from number of collisions. Collisions between parallel edges will result in 2 contacts, 1 at each end. Each collision between parallel faces will result in 4 contacts, 1 at each corner. So if I was to bump that, because the player is going to be able to bump into a lot of things at once, maybe. So yeah, that's already gone to 4. That's 2 because we're overlapping floor there. That's 4 because we're overlapping floor. We're hitting floor and wall. What else are we hitting? We're not hitting anything else. That's 3. I wonder if, what if I hit that? If I hit that, then it's giving me 6. So 2 for the floor. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Yeah, it's because like I've got 2 grounds running under that part. Whereas over here, see, that's only 1 contact. And if I hit this, it's 3. Yep. And that's 3. So I would have to do like a 4 contacts in state because there's contact collider. Get colliding bodies. So that's not something that's in state. Okay. Okay. So the first one, if I do Well, for now, let's just do... Actually... I wonder if that's going to work even if the array is empty. It should just return null if the array is empty. It's not always the first one. Not always the first one. I could separate ground out. So I could have the player collide with 6 as well. Have the floor be just 6. And then under here, we will know when we do this, we can go if contact what? Hang on, why does this return an array of node 3Ds? It should be the collision. I don't think that's going to work. I'm not going to worry about sliding right now. It does have a little bit of slide already. Your collision detection though, you're detecting that. Ah, yep, that's the other reason I need that. So we do it that way. You'll be set to 1 and 6. You'll be set to 1 and 6. So that way our ground detection can detect the ground. Let's go into our layering. Walkable. All right. I'll take value from an empty array. Okay, so that does throw an error. So there's 2 ways I can do this. I can do it the way Mungo was saying, don't collide with the ground and then handle slope stuff. And then if I do that, this slide will actually be better. Yeah, screw it. Hmm. If is on ground, then linear velocity y. State linear velocity y. Subtract get gravity by delta by state step. Nope. Way too fast up. Let's do that instead. That's right, it's Monday, isn't it? I'm subtracting gravity. Uh-huh. Ground detection is 6. Main area floor is 6. Um, we're counteracting the gravity. That's going to be incorrect. That's going to break my entire movement. Constantly sinking. And that's going to make me sink even faster. Because we're basically applying gravity twice. Yep. I'm very confused as to why this did work. but is now not. I'm going to reload the project. Give it a full reload. See what happens. Still syncing. Not anymore. Interesting. Do that. Is on ground. By default is on ground will be true. Huh. Why is that broken? Why is that no longer working? It needs to happen in state, doesn't it? Why is it saying that delta is fine? There we go. See what he means. I see what Mongo means about getting precision right. I wonder. Set all this back. Let's see what a physics material will do. Now, I'm probably going to zoom around on this now. So if I have a little bit of an angle, so if I'm a little bit over 45 degrees towards the wall, I'm sliding along it. If I don't have that physics material, it needs to be a lot more than 45 degrees from the wall. I think that's what we need to do. But if I do that, there's no friction. The player throws something, it hits the ground, it's just going to slide along the ground. Yes, I'm trying to find shortcuts to avoid me having to figure out calculation, like physics calculations and shit. Physics calculations, not as fun as you'd think. Well, I mean, they are just, it's tedious when you have to do it for everything. Christ. All right. Thinky, 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 think. No, don't make you scene root. What the fuck? Save you as a scene. Shape box. Create single convex. And we need to get rid of anything less than 0.0019. There we go. Lovely. Those hinges can go under there. We just call them hinge 1 and hinge 2 now. there. So if we do that, I am thinking about having the shape box itself be a static body. So it can't, it's not going to move. But you can still grab onto the lids and like open and close them. These collision shapes knock their margins way down. That's something I need to do for the doors as well. There we are. So that's now going to detect the player, even if the player jumps up, they'll still get detected. Sorry, had a great idea for a game, for a puzzle, to put to the game. And that leads to so many opportunities for secrets too. Oh my god. Yep. I need to note that down. I thought of something yesterday as well, but I didn't write it down. And now I'm like, what was it that I thought of that would be fantastic for this game? Um, um, I can. Okay. What was the other thing that I thought of last night? I wasn't streaming and I didn't say it on stream, but you all know exactly what I'm talking about. What was it? It was a joke. It was a joke. It was the two robots practicing jokes with each other. And it's a terrible joke. It's a terrible joke, but they're practicing their jokes. And it's gonna be something like one of the robots saying I was trying to come up with like what the robots can call their offspring. What would a robot call its offspring? What's a weird thing that robots can refer to their offspring as? Their constructs? Their models? No. Maybe it is their maybe we just have them refer to their offspring as their constructs because they created them, like they literally constructed them. It would be like what one of the robots is saying to the other. They always try to get their constructs to consume their data because it's good for them, but only bit by bit. Something like that. Something terrible like that, because a bit is obviously like, what did I say? Consume it bit by bit. But not in big bites. Only bit by bit. Yeah. Something like that. Something really stupid like that. It's like the player just stumbles across the robots having that conversation. And then the other robot has like a terrible robot laugh. Something really shit. It's like terrible robot jokes. That's gonna be fun. Let's see. Small updates for doorway player detection. Materials for animations. And splitting shapebox to its own scene. All right. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, actually. There. That's what we can do. Let's head there. I'm going to call it here. I really need to get some food into me. Tomorrow, now that we've got our jumping and we've got stuff, kind of like our physics movement stuff working, what we can do tomorrow is I can start getting this, like the logic for this, like grabbing onto this and opening it. And picking up the blocks and having them, like getting the puzzle complete and stuff like that. We can start getting that sort of thing figured out next. So yeah, I will see you all tomorrow so that we can get our first interactions and stuff done. Looking forward to it, you good dunce. Go away, ads. Yeah. Good night.